Oh, there we are. Hello, everybody. Okay, so lockpicking was a good choice. What do we take except for that? What's fitting to a gangster? What's a fitting job, hobby, background stuff for a gangster character? Home gunsmithing. Nah. Nah. Deep frying. Nah. Oh, I forgot something. Heck, I need to do this. Tell other people that we're streaming. So. I figured that this time I wanted to bring up the character creation process into the stream because, you know, why not? Usually I start out with a finished character. Today I felt like building it on stream because why not? I got the time, I got the interest. So I figured as a background for a gangster, the lockpicking really struck my eye, but beyond that, what's a good hobby for a person with a criminal background? Arts and crafts. Practical jokes. What's practical jokes good for? Pranks and physical jokes are passions of yours. Would actually be quite fitting. Sports coaching, moshing, parkour. Well, parkour would be quite fitting, actually. Athletics beginner, parkour expert, whatever that's good for. But I've heard a lot of people tell me good things about this. It's plinking. Ah, soft air pistols. Okay. Knife throwing. Car restoration. That would be an interesting background for me to pick because I have no clue about the vehicle system of this game. Would be a nice approach to pick it. Tabletop gaming. Background trait, Dungeon Master. Hell yeah. Carpentry. Scrap art. The list of background hobbies grows and grows the more often I play this one. Meditation. Chemical cooking. That's what I'm going to pick. Perfect skill for a gangster background. So we're going to be a little bit stronger and a little bit more intelligent than the average person. Everything else I'll keep on a normal level. So now for the trait part. So let's definitely take an addictive personality. It's a very fun part to have a talent for making drugs and being having a weakness for these at the same time. So what do we take except for that? Ugly, my personal favorite. No, we're going to take wool allergy. Why not? Yeah, squeamish is one I take quite often because I rarely wear filthy stuff ever. Sen, hi there. So happy to see you. And let's say because let's pick something which reflects the lower social stratum on a gangster character. Let's see. Illiterate, no. Wow, that's a brutal one. Chemical imbalance. Oh yeah, that's mood swings. No, felt like bad temper, nah. Imperceptive healer, 8 points. Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't like to take that. No, let's take slow reader. I like that. This guy just doesn't like reading. Ooh, forgetful. I didn't even know that that skill erosion was a thing. That's disgusting. Alright, well, let's pick something good for a difference. Every gangster hates vegetables. Hate veggie is a pretty rough one, yeah. Let's pick something good first. I mean, I got 5 points. But first, let me pick some skills. I really want to have some skills. So first off, I want some... Where is it at? The fighting stuff. Melee? Melee. Here. Ah, they are now... That's why I'm not finding it, because they have this new sorting system here. So I'm starting out with a little bit of fighting here. I always do. So... I'd love to start with cutting weapons skill, but I think it's not feasible. We're going to start with bashing weapons on top of that. And because I have already picked lockpicking as a background, I want to have devices. Let's go for some applied science and food handling too, and yay, it's all gone again. No. Fabrication? No. I want to roleplay as much as possible, but if I have that chemical, what was it again? What was it called here? Chemical cooking. Then I want some more emphasis onto the applied science and food handling part. Skill erosion can be turned off or only limited to one level. I see. Is that in the world creation or in the options? I fear it's in the world creation. I'll play with that one now. So, we'll have to pick more negative traits, but at least now the skills are at the point where I want to. In the options? I'll check it out soon. Thank you. So, languorous. What's that? Ooh, no. Meat intolerance. No. Pacifist. Pyromaniac. Nah. Rigid table manners. Yeah, let's make him ugly. I mean, that's pretty gangster, isn't it? And let's take out the wool allergy. I feel ugly is way more fitting to this dude. Strong scent. Do we make a stinker out of him? Nah. Nearsighted, that's also a pretty rough one. Frail. Ooh. 50% less HP on each body part, and you heal slower. Oh my god. And you can't take even the bigger one of these. That's scary. Ah, flimsy, that's the smallest one of these. Alright. Fast metabolism. Clumsy. I don't want to take bad temper in combination with addictive personality, because sooner or later this dude will be addicted to all manner of things, and I don't feel like going through that. Heavy sleeper. Junk food intolerance. I wish I had a junk food preference option. Mood swings. Oh yeah, let's take mood swings. And why not poor hearing? I don't find anything that I really feel like it's fitting to my background. So we're taking it like that. Okay, so we got a couple of extra points. Let's spend them. well. So... I don't want to play without night vision anymore. I know it's a little bit lame, but... Pick that every run, I mean, but I really want to. High thirst. Water is easy to come by. Yeah, but it's pretty micro-intense. I might take it, yeah, but... I found the poor hearing now more to my taste. That's a drawback that I can live better with. And high adrenaline, that's a good one actually too, and pretty fitting as well. Infection resistant, also that sounds a pretty nice one. Pack mule. Faster retrieving things from objects. Psychopath would be, of course, pretty fitting too. Interesting. I haven't thought about that then, but well, every drawback has serious drawbacks, you know. Oh yeah, well, let's make him spiritual. I like that one, you know. The basic cliche of the religious gangster. I guess he's Italian. So, well, let's go more stereotype and call him Mario. Mario the gangster. Cheers, everybody. And let's get started. It's the first time for me that I started with a crazy party background. I never did before. So, I really don't know what's going to be against me now. I already see a pretty appealing area here. That rural house would be quite interesting if I make it down there. So, is this one story? Can I climb down? I could, as it seems. So, look, peek around corners. So, how can I peek downstairs? Look around. I can only do this. So if somebody knows if I can look down there to see whether or not there's enemies, that would be really, really pleasant, because I really don't know. Let's see. Maybe here. Zone activities. I found that button before. But this is not exactly. Like, peek around corners doesn't allow me to look downstairs. Or can I? No, it's not down there. Look. Whatever. We'll have to try. What am I starting with again? So I don't have any container. That's a little bit of a problem, I'd say. So you know where it was once, but not anymore. Oh well. Thanks anyways. Ooh, okay. I'd say good riddance, like sleek zombies. Never seen sleek zombies. What are sleek zombies? They are slower than me. Rather sleek and barely clothed. Okay. So, since these are slower than me by nature, we're going to run now a bit. At least until I get away from this place. I really didn't expect it to be that easy, honestly. Unless there's a big bad surprise coming up next. I seem to have got a freebie here in this run, but that's okay. I mean, you know, luck is with the criminals, I guess. Wow. So this dude. Excellent, hi there. Yeah, I had some really good days. Merry Christmas, since we haven't spoken so far. Good to see you. Okay, so, wow, I really expected some rougher start here, but sure thing. I mean, the cool part about that is maybe I come back later and clear it out. It would be pretty fine, I think. But for now, let's turn on safe mode again so I can just mash that button mindlessly. Why is there a corpse of a person? You know, that's always the first question for me. Why is that happening? Wasp Queen. Yeah, sure. So we definitely are going to stay away from here. So let's put down a fresh note here, a red one. Wasps. Triple exclamation mark, just to make sure that I'm not forgetting that this is a big bad hive there. So, really trying to make more of a habit out of creating these bookmarks on the map, because I really feel like this game's world is so freaking huge. Every run is new. Keeping track of all these things is pretty difficult. So there's a couple of rocks, some bullet casings. I already had my DIY bullet making stuff. This would be interesting, but not at this point. Zombie spotted. So what did we spot here actually? Oh, it's a logistics corporation. So these are, well, I don't know. I never cleared out one. But that Z is on me. And where's that frickin' wasp? Up there. Okay, so first off, let's run. Run a bit. I want to get the zombie out of my view. I want to lose him, you know. Alright, he's not aggro on me anymore, so let's start walking again and just hope that there will be no more wasps or stuff, but, well, that zombie is quite resilient, but I think I lost him now. Good. So, well, that doesn't work like that. Oh, here. Okay. What an unfortunate start here. Pikachu, hi there. Good morning. Well, over here it's 2 p.m., but it's basically morning for me. I took the holidays as an excuse to sleep way into the noon, and it was good, I tell you. It's the first time since I don't know how many years that... No, months? Not years, but months that I had the opportunity to just do this like I want to. So, amoebic molds. I don't want to say hi to them. But it definitely felt like I haven't done that since years. Okay, I just wanted to check if the road ends there, but, well... Those slimies said nope. And, well... Certainly picked a good playlist today, didn't I? So, basically... As if it was a soundtrack for a bad game. So the ants here are starting to act territorial, and it's a bit faster than me, so let's start running for a moment. Yeah, just like I thought. Okay, so chances are, if I see that many ants there, that this is going to be a anthill there. Yeah, okay, okay. I'm going away. It's your real estate. Okay, okay, guys. All right. Okay. Ants are scary. Oh yeah. They've proven that to me right the first time when I met them in CDDA. I had the situation that I was starting with a evac shelter, and my dude is hungry. He only got 6. And right next to that evac shelter, a couple of tiles left or right to that, was an anthill. I was like, okay, it's in my neighborhood, but whatever. And then I went into the basement one day, and oh my god, my horror was big when I had to realize that these guys were casually tunneling into the basement of my evac shelter. That's when I learned that the entire world has a interconnected level system here. Ground level, upper level system. That was a very scary lesson. Burned my feet. But but that particular character survived that. He died later from something else. Okay. So, what happened to my music? Officially, it's still running. Okay. Maybe the track list was really too good. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, let's run again. Dude, I'm not into conflict here. Piss off. Jesus, that pig is persistent. Dude, if you... Okay, I'm gonna clip you. So... I have 14 grids. Oh, okay. Alright. Don't say I didn't warn you. That's good enough for a precise aim shot. Alright. Take that, pig. Jeez. Swine these days, I tells you. No more manners. You need to pop a bullet to let them go. Okay. You lured an ant queen into your basement for an endless source of meat. Yuck. Okay, so far we got some crazy problems here. I mean, I'm back to my starting point because swine, ants, and wasps were giving me the finger when trying to travel this way. Okay. Let's go south. Alright. German Shepherd. I honestly never came so far in the game that manually butchering and making something out of meat was actually an option. So, meet your neighbors, the fungaloids. So, well, don't tell me that I... Alright, so that means this area is off limits as well, because there's nothing to gain here. The good thing about the fungaloids is I don't mind traveling through their territory because they're usually quite passive. Looks like the road ends here though. Yeah. At a sugar house. What the hell is a sugar house? And why is it right next to swamps? Alright, so my poor dude here really didn't have any good moments so far. Well, I run that no fungal growth mod of Sen because I don't know, I find that really silly to have something with exponential growth in a game like this. Nah, not smart. This would be, I mean, sure, it only does something when your reality bubble touches it, but I didn't feel like that was a fun concept. And I was super happy when I saw that no fungal growth mod popping up. And you immediately activated it, never turned it off, and never regretted it for a moment. Because this is just too much pressure. And I heard also that it's really bad for the CPU the longer you play it. So sounds like there's something or somebody inside the sugar house. So let's just ignore that. So I see that the road up here is continued. Now I could also go into the southern direction and check out what we could find there, but the firefighter zombie. Okay, wow. So that's what's inside the sugar house, huh? Well, I don't need to run here, because the zombie, if he'll follow me all the way up there, will only meet the fungaloids, and then, well, he'll turn into a fungus zombie in the long run. I mean, the fungaloids have one big advantage: you can pull basically every kind of nonsense into them, and the fungaloids will take care for you of it. It works with everything that is slower than you, of course. Everything which is faster than you will just still eat you alive, because you won't make it that far. But, you know, in that regard, it is a useful thing. So, let's make ourselves a note. Fungus. Oh, you can't even read that. Okay, maybe that was too dark, right? So that's not an option for my color setting, as it seems. Make it white. I can at least read the note. Never grows if it's not in the bubble. Yeah. The mod only stops it from growing while I'm near. Exactly, exactly. No, if it's an... No. It generally stops the growth of the fungus totally. They can't expand anymore with that when that mod is on. I personally would deactivate the whole faction as a whole, so I don't really mind. Don't get me wrong, I really don't like I really don't like the concept. I mean, it makes sense. That's what that's what fungus does, but. Wow, this note here is totally not descriptive. The fungus is way more all over the place here, so it's not really worth it. I wouldn't even know where to put marks here. There are already so many fungaloids everywhere. So there's some paths up ahead. There's a Z. It is on me? Okay, wait a sec. Yo, my beautiful. Wanna meet my funny friend? His name is Fungus, the funny guy. There we go. Get wrecked. Ah, hi there, G-girl. So, probably I misunderstood it. I really don't know. What I do know, though, is that I usually skip the areas where the fungus is living at anyways, because, you know, it's not really worth the trouble there. Okay, there's a pack of coyotes. And they're after me. Okay, looks like I have to clip some dogs. I wanted to wield the gun, not the Here. Okay. So, want some of this? There we go. Usually, these animals luckily go away once you give them a bullet. I can't really tell what you're referring to there, Jiguru, because I don't speak code that well, but my statement remains the same. I just avoid the fungaloid areas, usually. Maybe I'll change that one day when I want to do some fungaloid studies, but... Ooh. Let's see what we can plunder there. Usually you find some interesting things there. Hello there. Drugs! What? Does everybody here have drugs? Cocaine? What is this place? Do I have a lighter on me? Yes. Like, seriously, that's... Everybody's carrying a lot of drugs on himself. There's a throwing knife. Looks like this was a colleagues' meeting. But something went really, really bad here. So, I mean, seriously, I've never had that much cocaine and heroin on me. Drug deal gone bad, yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking too. So hazmat suits work against the punks? That's a good idea, actually. It's so logical that I'm a little bit ashamed that I didn't come up myself with it. So okay, we made the long haul around this road, and I just pray that there is something leading up north. I'd love to climb up on the silo, but as territorial as wasps are, I really, really, really don't dare to. So as lucky as my dude was, with escaping from that private resort, he doesn't really have luck with the environment. So what the hell is a hazardous waste sarcophagus? Certainly sounds like a dangerous area. You know, hazardous material, zombie apocalypse, add one and one together, and it's usually a good reason to be worried. But let's climb that and make a... check it out for ourselves. I mean, I'm mostly interested in... Oh, look at that. In getting onto the ceiling of this place, but it's highly radioactive as well. Yeah, that's what I would assume as well. Set me set. So... gotta answer that quickly. Okay, so... experimental novel. Military ID card. Definitely looting that. Hello, officer. My name is... don't know. Not on the card. Okay. Magic 8-ball. Newspaper pages. I'm pretty sure that I'm unable to get deeper into the complex, but now that I have the key card, I don't know. And the other question is, do I really want to get inside there? So I don't see any way of getting in there or on top of the roof. And here is a closed door. I don't own any lockpicks yet, so that's the end of the road for now. What was on the road here again? Why I didn't want to go down the road? There was something that I definitely didn't want to see again anymore. Can't remember, but I think it was coyotes on the road. But okay, I just wanted to have some place where I can scout. But this this thing here tells me that there's definitely a lower level to this whole place. But I think it's totally okay to not check out this thing yet. We might come back another day. So where to next? I mean, this place here is looking good, but I really don't want to traverse a road that is flanked by swamps. Swamps have such nasty things that they can spawn. I really don't wanna. Well, Sen, I'm definitely down to peeking in there, but first my character needs to find some footing, as you will surely agree. So let's turn safety back on. I really like safety for overland traveling, because it really gives you a good feeling when you're just mashing the button. Are we talking about prison? My god. My day just got worse. Mamma mia. I don't want to go to jail. So, nah. What the hell is that? So, the hole, there's a hole in the ground. I definitely don't want to check out a indescribable hole in the ground. Thank you. Got better things to do. Not the bees! Crap. Okay. So, where there's one bee, there's always more of them. So, the only thing I don't know about the prison is, I really think, as long as you don't enter the complex, it is safe. Cars? Did somebody say cars? Oh my goodness. Now let's check out this thing. It has wheels. One tank is draining. Security system is off, but the controls are down to dang. Almost. That was the almost car. This one is lacking wheels. We have one more attempt. Wheels, yes. Engine, yes. Battery, yes. Tanks, no. And this pile of junk right next there, we don't even examine that, okay? It's not worth the trouble. Poof. Rough start. I mean, so far, we didn't find anything that was even remotely worth staying there. Ah! Hello there! There's a town. But a town without a shelter is always a itty bitty bit of a problem, you know? So... Oh yeah, cool. There's even a feral human around the corner already. Hi. So, what's there? A trailhead. Okay, there's... Probably these things are coming together anyways. Check for a tire iron. Might be able to switch them out a little. Well, not right next to the prison, Jiguro. The idea is really good, but I'm too afraid that the army of zombies in there might break out. There are so many zombies in a prison. Right now, that's a little bit too scary for me. Yeah, I played a Prison Break once. That was a really fun run. It's tragedy how it ended. I got gunned down by brigands and thugs because I underestimated how almighty they are. Like seriously, those were named humans, and for starters, I didn't even know that these dudes are always aggro when you meet them. And the other thing was that when I noticed that, it was way too late to escape that. I got my torso blasted away before I knew what was happening. So, great. There is a trailhead, but I can't go there because of the giant mantis. I don't know if my handgun is powerful enough to gun down a mantis, though. I mean, if I would empty an entire clip onto that thing, would it go down or not? I somehow doubt it, though. So the trailhead is also no option for me to hide in. Damn. So there's already the zombie brigade. This would be a really nice area to clear out. It's a small town. It's ideal to start with, I think. So there's a bee south of me. Is it a regular bee? No, a mutant bee, the size of a small dog. I was already wondering. What about that? So, it has wheels. It has... Sorry, I didn't find anything that... Hell yeah! We got a tow truck! Okay. Nice. So, there's a radio tower up ahead. That's good. Oh! Finally some stroke of luck! Oh. That's highly unlikely to find a car on the street that's actually working out fine, but whatever. So we got... not that much gasoline, so I'll have to work on that soon. Okay, so let's do this. Well, I think I can drive like that. It's the first time that I drive a car that has actually vision impairment behind him. I never drove something as huge as that. Oh man. Can't stand it when the cars are looking like that. Okay. Wait a sec. Okay, let's stop driving. Don't want that engine running when I go. So... now we know a little bit more about our environment. Yeah, there's one tank leaking on that car, and the other one is intact. Come on, Ansas, don't be like that. This guy has been literally running for his life since the beginning. Like, we started out here, met wasps there, met a lot of zombies there, met... I don't know, I think it was coyotes there. Bungaloids there. It's time to have something to work with. It's not even luck at this point anymore. It's about being able to play this game. Alright, so... stuff and stuff. Woo! It's looking good. So, screwdriver. Oh yeah, let's have a cream soda. And an energy cola. My dude totally deserves that. And pick up these 2 cans for later. So, flashlight. The batteries of these items are totally drained. I don't like that. So, one medium battery. Well, it's a pretty full one. I don't want to skip on that. But beyond that, there's not really anything we want to pick up here. So, okay. The best part about that is I also have a big bad storage container now, where I can store all that illicit material that I got. But it's actually not that much. Whatever, get the idea. Alright, and sus, thank you, man. You were wondering what that was? An irradiation plant. Was that what you meant? It's getting better and better, huh? We have this hazardous waste sarcophagus there and an irradiation plant over there. But, oh boy, there's light industry over there. There's a lot of Zeds to be cleaned out before you can take that, but it's actually pretty appealing. So, well, for now, we're going to so why does my car not start anymore? Ah, because the battery is empty. Ta-da! Okay, we're back on foot again. One moment you don't pay attention. See, Ansos, are you happy now? Luck. It was never luck. It was just enough to give me the feeling as if there was something waiting for me on the other side of the rainbow. Are you guys happy? Like, I hate this bug. I hate this bug so much. Like, sometimes it immediately is like, hey, there's a dog at the far distance of your screen. Do you really want to walk? And sometimes, auto walk, yo dude, there's a wasp at your trail. It stings you. Do you mind stopping walking now? I hate this. I hate this so much. I really don't know. The game somehow doesn't take the, these wasps as the lethal threat they are. It's really weird for me. It's really, really weird for me. For some reason, like, the game's auto movement seems to consider a dog as something that can attack you, but the wasp's not. Somebody asked me whether or not I have a bug to pass that I want to talk about. This would be definitely one that really annoys me to no end. I even had to shut down the game once and save scam, basically, because I was unwilling to accept that my character died to this nonsense. Because the same system prevents me from doing this with every other threat on the map. I don't know why that happens. I had that once with a ladybug too. I had that once with a giant ladybug too, and it suddenly was standing right next to me and wrecking me. I don't know, Sen. No, it wasn't that. They were clearly already visible when I put in the auto move order. I really got no clue how that happened these two occasions. But that's the only thing so far that struck me as a bug that I can remember. I bet this zombie here got, or this dude got dusted by the wasp too. But he has a leather belt. So, I consider myself quite lucky that I was able to clip that little thing there. So, the tank's draining. Maybe we can drive a few meters with that thing. Yeah. So, there's not gonna be too much time with this car, but you know, might as well use it while the fun's lasting. Ooh. I think I might be just saved. So, I'll drive around this place a little bit because, you know, I want to know what the vicinity looks like, and I bet that when I turn off this car, it's never gonna start again. So, drive it until it breaks down, I'd say. It's there a little bit more speed. Yeah, that was the last moment. We would need a new vehicle tank for this one. Yeah, the car textures are so weird. Okay. So, I don't really like these too much as bases, because they have one particular weakness, and that's most of the time these houses don't have an upper level. And I'm totally... Okay, never mind. I'm totally a big fan of houses with an upper level, because this is the safest way to spend your night. Most ground-based critters won't hassle you here. And therefore... Well... Is that... I think... Wait a sec. The radio tower, isn't it? Okay. Let's go there first, because, you know, it's all fine and dandy here. But, wait a second. No. Before I go to the radio tower, I want to check if I find a backpack inside here. Big cleaner. Cina Italia. Wonderful. Peanut butter and ham sandwich. Come on, dude. You deserve a little bit of a meal here. Bath toys. Would be totally awesome if I'd find some antibiotics here, but I don't want to overstress my luck here, but maybe we can be at least that lucky. Oh, there's solder. I can't leave solder behind. That stuff is so rare, actually. Multivitamins. It's not exactly what I'm looking for. Oh, rags. Rags are always something to pick up. You can never have too many rags. Duct tape. Okay. Backpack! Yes! Backpack and a zipper bag of heroin. I left my drugs in that tow truck. This game doesn't have quick save and quick load now. This is a roguelike, and it means when you die, you're dead. That's why I consider it also as cheating when I have to Alt F4 my game when auto move gimps me, because you can basically cheat the saving system of the game a bit, because it doesn't autosave after every turn. It does that only every couple of turns, and therefore when you're really in a big bad bit of trouble, and if you want to scam the game, you can't just press Alt F4 and restart. Most of the time, you will be good. But with the starter I use, the starter shell of the game also allows you to back up your game before you start. So basically you can say, I'm going to back up my save file now, start playing today, and if I die, I'll just return to my backup file. The game is quite forgiving in that way, but it was, I think, originally designed in a way that it's meant to, that you die when you die. Interesting. Modern rifleman. Where's the rifleman? What a joke. So, this is a really good spot, but Town? Well, okay, no, it's actually really good. The only thing that I'm lacking is a car or something. Because the distances between town and such are pretty long. So let's put safety back on. And see what's at the end of the road here. You reached your destination. Zombie spotted. So, there's another town up here. Cool. Alright, nice. Yeah. We got it. The town's a bit far, but in exchange, the river is near. True that. True that. One of the biggest advantages I'm seeing of this location is the very, very close vicinity to the light industry. So I can have my everyday living at the farmhouse and have some place to do all the welding and whatnot right next door. That's really cool. Like, it's really cool. And this place, since it's a farm, a real farm, it would also offer me to experiment the first time with the animal handling system of the game. Yeah. Now I take everything back. This place is brilliant. This is one of the coolest areas that I've rolled so far, because we've also got in the far end here, if I do everything correctly, we can also plunder that private resort at some point. I really got no clue how tasty the contents here are at the end of the day. We have this logistics thing, but these are pretty high end, I think. And, well, if I can't drop an atomic nuke, I could also get rid of the wasps here, but whatever. And, yeah, there's the town Etna. Yeah, cool stuff. Yeah, farming plants for the second year. I heard that you have to go farming in this game at some point. So guys, I'm going to fetch myself something fresh to drink, and I'll be back in about a minute. Here we are. So, let's see what my playlists are doing. Oh. Okay. Now, fetch myself some cookies to survive better. So we have roses in the greenhouse. Pretty useless.
You're welcome.
Thanks for the follow, Prasky. happy to have you. Just had to finish that cookie before speaking. Well, all these cookies are homemade. Okay, there's a piece of farm field randomly lying there. Let's get into the box. Okay, hello there, horsey. I had no clue. Damn, boys, we got a horse. Here's a couple of salt licks. So, I guess there's a couple of things you would need for that. Cattle fodder. Cattle fodder? That would imply to me that we had cows here somewhere too. The horsey has run away. Mongolian Archibald. That sounds fun. So this place definitely has its advantages. Garden hose, a reaper. Okay, and a bucket. So now we basically only need an atomic coffee maker and life's good. Okay. I don't know how much care a horse actually needs. Honestly. It should be able to feed itself, so I'm not worrying myself too much now that you just feed them once to tame them. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. All my animals love me as well as soon as I have pet them. So there's one issue here with that house so far, though. It doesn't have any provisions of any sort. We have a couple of machines in here, but overall, the house itself is pretty empty. So we'll have to scavenge for resources a lot here, and what can I say? I can't wait. I'm totally hooked again, and this is what I love about this game. As soon as a character takes off a bit, it totally absorbs me, and I'm all in it again. So that random stuff in my inventory, right now I don't want to organize the base as a base yet. So we're just going to make a big pile of stuff for now, you know. Just stuff. We're going to sort that out later. Everything I don't need right now will go on the pile. So the biggest issue right now for my character is I don't have any antibiotics. And fighting with Zeds is really bad without antibiotics. Also, I'd need a real bashing weapon, because I gotta say that Switchblade's damage looks good and all, but it's actually really, I mean, it's a piercing weapon. You don't want to use piercing weapons against Zeds. No, you don't. You simply don't. So what can I craft here? So please, I want everything as red. So thank you. So let's see. I guess without fabrication, I can't do a quarterstaff. Quarterstaves are my personal favorite bashing weapons. They're cheap to come by, and they're pretty powerful. But we'd need to learn some fabrication first, huh? Okay, no problem. Let's smash that thing here and craft ourselves the most basic of all them weapons, and that's cudgel. Here we go. That's better than the Switchblade in my personal humble opinion, and most importantly, it's a weapon which allows me to bash down things without being worried about damaging my weapon, you know. Doesn't matter, because this is really nothing to worry about. So a nail bat would be pretty cool. Hey there, Swan. Well, the problem about piercing damage is that zombies aren't vulnerable against it. Bashing and cutting damage, they are much more vulnerable to that. As far as I know, they even take a little bit of extra damage when you hit them with these damage types, but other people know that better than me. So we will now carefully go towards that city, and I'll try to break in a couple of houses and get myself some antibiotics. And Wolfio, were you referring to the cudgels with very good or the quarterstaves? Quarterstaff, yeah. Nice to hit bonus. Pretty solid attack speed, and also pretty solid damage. They literally only got the drawback that they break. The longer you use, the more they wear down. At least that was my personal impression of these. So here, there's an office tower. Okay. Was thinking about sneaking in here, maybe. There's this little emptiness that where there's no road. Maybe I'm getting lucky and can sneak into a house there. Okay. We getting closer now. There's a brainless Sid. I think I gotta steer clear from that office tower. I mean, worst case scenario, I'll come back in the night. Because my dude has night vision. But you know, feel like it would be nice if we'd just be able to sneak in there somewhere and get something there. So breaking a window here would make a lot of noise, so I'd rather not. There's zombies. There's a lot of zombies. Okay. But the good news here is that I can climb up here. Let's climb west. I was hoping that there'd be something to work with here. Damn. So I think I'm going to smash that window and let's just wait for a moment, you know? So, probably gonna go back here and wait for, let's say, 30 minutes. Okay. If that noise attracted anybody, it will be there now. If not, I'm good to go now. Okay, let's go crouching. Really want to make less noise, as little noise as possible here. So we're only looking for this place here. Aspirins, that's a good start. Not really what I need, but dentures, also not what I needed. There's another bathroom over here. Let's close the curtains. Always close the curtains. It's really helpful. Okay. I don't dare to invest that place there. The window opens up to the road, and Most likely I'm gonna get spotted if I go there. So yeah, only plundered a couple of painkillers here. Multivitamins increase healing speed? Thank you. So, wait a sec, where was it again? The more you know. Okay. So, I want to get to the neighboring house there. But that's probably gonna be pretty hard. So, let's see, what do we have here? Some yogurt. Some eggs. Only want to pick up things that we can consume quickly and easily here. Another coffee maker. Let's pick up those medium batteries. Some bread. Bread is good. And toaster. Well, why not? So, let me check. Lockpicks. I was able to make lockpicks out of butter knives, forks, paring knives, and all of them. But butter knives. We gotta be picking up these things. So, yeah. A couple of materials for lockpicks, you know? Never hurts. So, we gotta bring some things into our new home, by the way. Nogers, hi there. So, that basement, I'm not gonna touch that. I died. My last character died because I was too eager to go into a basement. But there's one thing that I wanted to try out. Look. Peek around corners and... So I really would like to know how you can look downstairs. Somebody told me that it's possible, but... not finding the necessary commands for that, sadly. So let's pick up a couple of these items here. RPG die, yeah. There's even sometimes copies of a rip-off of Dungeons and Dragons there. So... that house is no good. At least not during the night. Oh! Couldn't be crouching anymore. We got company. Alright, so how do I get rid of these dudes positively? I mean... I don't really want to fight them at this point. But at the same time, I don't really want to have them running around in the fields here either. Okay, I'll take a loop back into town, and then I'm going to start running. It's possible only if you turn on Z levels. Okay. So it ain't that easy as I thought. Too bad. Okay. I see my solution to the problem here already. No. The tough zombies noping me out at this. Okay. So... let's run a couple of meters. It was merely very important for me to leave the Zeds in the vicinity of the town. Oh, never mind. Well, I lost everybody but the tough guy. Okay. hope that the bee and the zombie... Okay, whatever. The bee is totally killing the zombie in no time. I really thought the zombie would last a little bit longer, but... Okay. Good stuff. Totally dying, but... Let's see. I don't have any bandages on me, so... Oh, yeah. So... There's only my cudgel. Where's my gun? Where the hell is my gun? Yeah, I don't know. I hate these bees so much. Like, I personally also think they could really be tuned down a little bit. Because the biggest problem about these I see is that they totally make the game very, very, very hard accessible for beginners. Because, you know, they are... I'm an experienced roguelike player, and I got a lot of problems playing around these because they are so stupidly overpowered and happening so early, and sadly the game doesn't really give you any options to work around them properly. I really don't like them. I really feel as if there's way too much damage behind them. That's the thing that annoys me the most, honestly. That there's such an insane amount of damage on these that... Okay. Whatever. Go. You annoyed me. Like, it really pisses me off that you were punished so heavily by an enemy. I think the biggest problem about the bees is their insane mobility and their absolute relentlessness. Like, well, Wolfio, it's not about that there's even worse. It's more about that this stuff gets tossed into your face right from the get-go. All these worse variants of zombies, they all spawn later in the game. Those insects, I feel like they would need a weaker entry level of these enemies so that you can work yourself towards that threat. Like, wait a second at this. Like you're working yourself towards that, and you're getting an impression of that. Maybe make the first one of them not that super strong, but also fast, so that you learn to work around fast enemies. Stuff like that. So I really don't want to be at the same spot one more time. Thank you, game. I'll take another spawning point. Thank you. Bees aren't usually hostile. Yeah, the auto walk has directly or my... I don't know. I feel like that's just a little bit too much. They really started to annoy me in a pretty big way. Yeah, of course, like that whole mutation thing, that makes sense to me. So is there only one private resort on the whole world here? So it could be, it could really be that we'll have to create a new world. So let's try that. Or I'll create my character in, well, no. That's weird. I had no clue that this would be a thing. Okay, whatever. So let's really quickly set that up. So let's call that Mario's world. No, thanks, Sen. This run was so horrible, and the environment was so crappy. I really don't want to. I really don't want to take another run on that environment there. Thank you. So, let's call him Luigi, you know. Mario is dead. Oh, the program has crashed. It's always good when that happens. So, looks like this, oh my. This might be a bit of a problem there. So, let's see. Let's convince the streaming software and the game to work together again. Doesn't work too well so far. It's one thing I don't know why it happens. All other softwares don't have that problem. But with CDDA, I somehow struggle to get it into the Streamlabs application. I really alt-tab around until it either snaps in or it doesn't, and I'll restart the program afterwards. Sometimes it never works, then I restart the computer, and then it works. It's really a weird thing. Yeah, but that name must be legible, Pikachu. So first off, before I torture myself another time with getting that thing in, I want to know whether or not that world immediately crashes again when I try to create a character on it. Because if that's the case, I might as well. Okay, so good news first, it seems to work. Bad news, the game is still not being recognized by the streaming software. Okay. If anybody knows what the heck is the problem with that, please let me know. So. Now this guy's named Icon. What can I do? Okay. We're on the roof of this. And there's a farmhouse. And there's cars. Oh, wow. The police is there. I think I just killed my character. So. Okay. That's way better than I originally thought it would be. Get me out of here! Okay. Oh, there's a handful of zombies behind me too. Trick here is I'm trying to take a pathing where the zombies have to traverse tiles that need more movement points than mine. So ultimately, I can lose them. So far, it seems to work out. I think I made it. Ah! Aliens! Damn. Just when I thought I'm out of trouble, there's aliens. One thought, by the way, I had with that bee, it would be really cool if these bees would behave like real bees, dying when they attack. You know? That would be a really cool mechanic to defuse them a little bit as an early game threat. You know? Toss them the early game player into the face, but they have an expiry date. So they fly into your face, deal a lot of damage, and then self-destruct. Later on you meet the wasps. They don't have that self-diffusing mechanism, and so on and so forth. That would be really cool. This way, the player could learn to play around with these dudes. And get a slight warning that faster than you stuff is dangerous. They evolved as well, you mean? Oh no, and says wasps are also a thing. There's no accidental wrong naming here. So... it's the typical empty rural house, huh? Yeah, damn. Practically gotta be grateful for a little bit of flour and other stuff. Oil, hot sauce, raw spaghetti. The good stuff. Okay, so with Amigo right around that corner, no upper story. This house is somewhere where I could consider sleeping if necessary, but it's not base material. Okay. But honestly, I'm more than surprised that my dude actually survived that beginning. Oh yeah. Well, I'm pleasantly surprised though how well a handgun worked against them, Wolfio. Like every time I successfully hit them, I immediately destroyed them. So I feel like that was so far the most solid strategy that I found against these. Oh man, the controls are broken. No! This would be so good. But whatever, give me the ganja and the rolling paper, man. Hippie van. Man, that would be a good mobile for a gangster. Post-apocalyptic gangster driving a hippie van. Okay, this looks like we could have found something at least to get some information, because these things usually come with silos, exactly. No house attached to it, though. Killing things works out pretty well in this game. Yeah, that's true. But jokes aside, I had lots of trouble killing flying, speedy enemies with melee. And I figured out that firearms seemed to have a higher accuracy in general there. Like, not the weapon basically per se, but much more like, due to the fact that you can take time and to aim, you can increase your hit chance, and these buggers, they're mostly evasion and almost no hit points, so... Older versions of this game, there used to be acid rains that are the reason most cars are broken down. Oh my god! Okay, I see. This is already a tuned down version of that. Goes a little bit far. Good break. So... I see a town. Oh, I cancel auto move because I want to check that car. Wheels, but no car battery and no tank. Okay, so there's a town. A town on its own is only a threat, though. More car. But nope, not working. Hi, Bela! I almost missed you here. Yeah, so you could gather, Oh, there's a lab, oh god. So it was super easy to gather chemicals, but surviving wasn't that easy, huh? So there's a bee. I know that I won't be messing around that one again. And as far as I have learned things, labs are absolute... The L in the lab stands for late game. So, there's a pump station, and where there's a pump station, there's usually a road. But these... I don't know, sometimes there's zombie technicians in there. But probably not this one, huh? Ah. Just a decayed one. Oh, well. Do I want to take that fight? This is procedurally generated, Bella. You create a world, and that world is basically always procedurally generated, but it stays the same. Like, once you have created a world, every character you create in that world will play with the same map, but somewhere else on that world. The devs dubbed it New England altogether, no? The whole area where this is playing, I mean. So... there's clean water in there. Only 4 dosages. Really want to check out if I can't find some container. Oh, look at here! More farming. Yeah, I know, Wolfio. I actually heard already, but thank you. That solar panels are totally desirable later on in the game, because you basically put your power production up with these. Charcoal smoker! Hell yeah! Man, that's a really, really lucky early drop. Lamp oil? Okay. Socket screwdriver set. I think I'm really luckier than usual with that area here. So what's that? Electric motor. Okay. So there's a couple of things. It's a good place to train lockpicking at. No need to go back to base when you can take the base with you. Well, yeah, I heard that a lot of players love to have a mobile base. I certainly want to try that out at some point too. But so far, I still have to learn to survive that long. You know? I'm still busy with the basics. Alright, pair of binoculars is really good. Yes, and I heard that the smoking rack is basically the furniture counterpart to a smoking rack, to a charcoal kiln. But I really like to have to find those kilns early on. Well, Bela, it grows better the more you play it. The game looks pretty overwhelming at first, but it is also at times, but overall, I don't know. I found it way more accessible than many comparable games in this genre. Wow. Okay. So guys, I need to see the toilet, and I'm going to be back in a moment. Ah. Oh, you played Adam, Bella. That's a cool one. Played this in my teeny years a lot. A really, really big lot. Okay, so this is looking pretty tasty though, the environment here. So there's a big farmhouse. What's that? Rural road. I've never seen these before. So basically there's a huge agricultural thing going on here. There's a cabin in the woods. What's that? Dairy farm. Okay. It's an interesting area. I've never seen these before. There's a 2-story motel. Motels are also pretty nifty at the beginning of the game. And there's another rural house. I'm gonna check out that one. So... Oh no, there's a mass grave there. I knew that this was too good to be true. So, yeah, these areas, there's just a gigaton of zombies there. It's a refugee evacuation camp or something like that. Yeah, Wolfio, that's an extremely nice description. And the best about CDDA is that it even comes with mods that allow you to play in a sci-fi world, or there's even options, you know, to have different gameplay. There's overhaul mods, dinosaur mods, but I highly suggest not to use these. These are crazy. Like, the whole world is basically not traversable anymore, was my experience. So, all right, this is an interesting start here. Yeah, this game has a big modding scene that's, well, I don't know if it's big, but it's certainly devoted. So, okay, so far so good. Oh, look, the zombies are playing with the aphids. What's that? Oh god, there's a trailer park right next door to that one. That's bad. So, this place definitely doesn't really qualify for a base right away. I'd have to clear this out thoroughly, and it's yet another of these houses where there's almost nothing in there. Dried salad. That's all what we get here. Hot sauce and some dried salad. I mean, these houses are pretty cool. You can make them to your home quite easily, but you need resources from the outside. Magic Cliff, I tried it, Wolfio, but I really didn't like it at that point, because it was already, I'm already a little bit overwhelmed by the vanilla game. It's also the reason why I turn off Bionics, for example. I don't need Bionics on top of that. Aw, man, that SWAT truck would be so sick. These are, you know, heavy-duty frame, steel plating. That's the good stuff. there's a freaking boatload of guns in there. Like, seriously. MP5A. That's an Uzi, isn't it? So I definitely, well, I want to take, wait a sec. I need 9 on 19 JHP bullets. Yeah, so we're going to take that for now. All these items here are too heavy for me to carry them around for now. But I somehow want to mark this place here, you know. So let's make that pink. Guns are us, you know. Just a friendly reminder. Bionics got nerfed. Okay. Well, like I said, I never played with it yet. I'm merely finding my way around the game so far and enjoying it a ton. So Wild Boars, I know that these guys are hunting me if I don't take care, and so that direction has a wasp. Where there's one wasp, there's usually more of those. So there's a pig on the road and there's a wasp. So I am slightly assuming that this hole there, back there, could be related to the wasps. So let's be rather super careful here and go a bit in that direction. Hello there. Yeah, we have here a faulty engine. Humvee. And it has a mounted M240. Damn. It's basically, well, let's see. What about this motor is faulty? Because as far as I see, sometimes you can still drive these things. So, what's up with the motor? Active immobilizer. Prevents starting a vehicle without the appropriate key. I wonder how good you need to be in vehicles to change that. Alright. So bionics were originally the way of progressing your character? I see. Well, I'm running the XP mod, where you gain experience for whacking stuff. I personally like that a lot. So this one has a draining tank and no nothing. No, the police is on me. No, it's not any. The police is chasing dogs now. I don't know. The biggest problem about mollies, to pick up your question, Generis, is that you need a flammable liquid, and these are a little bit hard to come by in the post-apocalyptic world. Is that a frickin' limousine? Sure as hell it ain't. It's a flatbed truck. Nice. Let's see what's in the driver's seat here, though. Beer. You know what? It's been a rough morning. Let's have beer. What? Painkillers? Depressants? What? Just a hose and a gallon jug. Yeah, that's true. But you have to pick up these first. But basically, as soon as you have ability to make a base, or as soon as you have found a home to stay at, creating mollies ain't that hard. Controlling fire is pretty hard though, so be careful. Looks like this one could be drivable. Yep. Hell yeah, we got ourselves a car. The only thing there is this thing has only a very, very low amount of gasoline there. Well, usually you gotta get close to the sink first, but I get your point, Wolfio. So there's another radioactive waste sarcophagus here. We had that one before, and the last run, so it's quite funny to see that happen again. Military ID card. No, I don't want to bypass any security. This sounds like a stupid idea to me. My dude has 0 computer skills, and therefore I don't want to be that sassy. Yeah, you shouldn't go into these without a suit. Yeah, you know, that sounds logical to me. Oh, there's a microwave burrito. Chow down, buddy. Jokes aside, I really didn't plan to go inside that. You know, radiation and stuff. Ain't a good idea. So, we didn't really get far as of yet. My biggest issue here is that my dude needs some antiseptics before I really can think about clearing a town. I personally at least don't go for zombie hunting without something to disinfect my wounds with. Always sounds like a terrible idea to me. Therefore, let's see. Tough zombie spotted. South of me. Okay. But since there's cows and stuff, there should be really no problem in luring these Zeds into something they will play with. This is looking like a really, really sick house. Thermal electric balaclava? Are you kidding me? A heatable balaclava? Is that a joke? Multivitamins. Oh, I don't have any room for these. There's some black painkillers. So if I don't find any containers, cool stuff. An AR-15 in the closet, man. These guys, they really know how to take their safety serious. Okay, there's a freaking assault rifle in the house. Okay, love it. So I do need something though. Let's see. Tear down the curtains. So there's that makeshift sling. There we go. So makeshift sling is not really good or anything, but it's my personal favorite container bag if I fail to find something good early on. A sewing kit. I can't say no to that. A plastic jerry can. So this whole place here is something to come back to. Oh, a tire iron. Now we can steal wheels. I mean, this is so cool. These houses, like, with a water source in the backyard, I love it. I really, really love it. So, don't you worry, guys. The camera will come back in a minute, but I'm going to stay off camera for 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, so that really doesn't work out too well for me here so far as a permanent base. I mean, the environment here, this is the most rural start that I ever had. To some degree, I already love what's going on here. I mean, there's that dairy farm there. I'll go down this road here a bit more though. I want to know what's up there. Pretty sure the tough zombie will be either getting killed by the animals. Oh, did you see that solo car there? I really need to check that out on the way back. Here's a black rat. Where is it? Okay, up there. So there's another piece of silos. Silos are really good to find because that means I'll have a better overview over the area. Okay. So there's finally a different town. There's Roughland. Military helipad. Oh, that sounds dangerous. And there's even more rural houses. So this is a very, very interesting start. And there's an apple orchard up there. Hotel. I really would like to clear out that motel first. You always get a lot of precious information about the environment there. So I want to check out what's the matter with the dairy farm there. And also, there was that car that I wanted to check out on the way on the road. So I think the controls are broken. Yeah. That would have been a nifty one. It's only a small ride, but at least, you know, better than nothing. Oh, there's spiders. So there's a lot of reasons not to like this environment here. Spiders and zombie runners that are almost dead, annoying me. Well, I'm going to stab that dude. Gonna stab you. Oh, a zombie runner with a vibrator was hunting me. So the border collies will take care of the zombie for me. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I know, Wolfio, I know, but I don't know how easy it is or hard it is to install controls into that, you know? Zombie soldier? And the Kraken. So, holy crap, that's a lot of soldiers. I mean, there's a good piece about that. The zombie soldiers will drop a lot of loot. Whoa, I don't want to be around that one here. But it seems as if the Kraken is pulling away these dudes pretty well for me. Yeah, that's actually true, Wolfie. Now that you say it, I should at least mark that one. Thanks for that pointer. Solar panel car. Whoa. That's not good. North Rob Dispatch. Okay, we gotta check this out. I want to read the full text of that. So this looks like a robot. Does this thing smash zombies? Sir, no. Hi there. Oh, I'm feeling super good today. Slept a lot and having a really, really nice afternoon so far. I hope you're feeling good too, man. So, I don't know. I don't feel well with the idea of that robot right next to me. That's just a little bit too much. Whew. And that trailer park is horrible too. There's tons of dogs there. I mean, okay, I could clear that out at some point, but not for now. I'd say I go further south here. So let's hope I don't walk into that huge commotion of zombie soldiers. Wait a sec. Gotta pass there like that. Okay. That's not really a spoiler, Wolfio. Oh, the cam will be back on. I just don't like recording myself while vaping, you know? That's all. So, let's follow the road. Military bunker. I don't think that I feel ready for clearing out a military bunker either. Damn, what's that? A tear in reality. I think I should be properly disturbed about that one. How dangerous are these, I wonder? Very, I guess. Step in it. I don't like that suggestion, my friend. It does drop really good stuff. It can help you clear a city easily. Yeah, what I need to kill that robot first. So stuff's getting worse and worse here. So I'll take the way onto that road at Eastport, and let's see if I can find something there. I mean, I basically only need to wait out the night, so I can sneak into houses and steal the antibiotics there. But I was hoping that I could find something there. So derelict property. I don't know. I'm afraid of derelict properties these days. Oh, hello there. More silos. Scouting is easy here. Now, that's an interesting environment. There's a Miko scout tower. So, looks like we're in the backwater region of this world. It seems to be the rural region of New England. Okay, so there's a cave, but there's also an LMOE shelter. I want to get there. Okay, never mind. There's stuff in the way that I don't want to cross. LMOE shelters are underground shelters. I really don't know what the abbreviation stands for as a European German. I never heard that before. Gonna craft myself a cudgel. Okay. Last man on Earth. Seriously? That's what it's standing for? Okay. Hi, Serena. Okay, so, what's that? Campground. So, let's see how close I can get to the town during the day. Where did your accent go? Oh, I don't know. So, the thing is, I grew up with American-speaking people. My dad worked for the US Army, and while I was a kid, I had a pretty nice summer with a exchange student from Australia. And while I was a kid, he was an educator or something like that. I don't know what the job description there was. But the long story short, wow, long rope. It was he only spoke English really well, and I was super curious about languages, and so yeah, I spent basically almost an entire month with this dude speaking English, and I don't know, I think that really did something to my language development, and yeah, been a really good time. So, except for the draining car battery, this would be a dream car. Could be, Sniper Joe, could be. I'm pretty sure that this period there formed my my language a lot. it also taught me that if you want to learn a language good, there's nothing better than to spend time with a person that only speaks this language, and the rest will come with time. I mean, it helps if the teacher speaks both languages in question. It's basically the best case scenario. Sewing kit. Didn't I have one, or was that the last run? No, this guy had already one. And there's even a brazier. I can take that down and use that later on. So I'd say clearing out Eastport is a nice start. You would have never guessed that I was German. Thank you. Wow. But I gotta say, that's partially because many Germans have a pretty thick accent when they speak English. But not all of us Germans are like that. Some of us can really speak decent English. Just don't notice it anymore, as you might have noticed now. So yeah, that Z is coming in. But I'd say I'll take the fights now, because there's a very, very high chance that there is a little bit of antibiotics somewhere in Eastport. And if I get infected, I'll still have around 6 to 8 hours to scavenge something. Probably a bit risky, but you know, at some point in the game, you will not be able to progress without taking risks. Smash it! Yeah, sure. The first attack, literally, the first attack I get in is a infection. Take that, risk management. I will tear you down. Like, seriously, game. Okay, now we really need that disinfectant. Got it. So let's see if I can get something here. Guess not here. I think I should keep plundering those tents. Oh, table has 400 movement. Come on, you gotta admit, the 300 movement underbrush wasn't too bad. Come on, don't be that hard on me. But thanks for pointing out that the table is even better. There's another sewing kit. Wasp guards. So we're doomed. Okay. I mean, it's a 50-50 thing, you know? The good news is the wasps keep the Zeds distracted for me. That means I'll be pretty easily able to get in there. So, real bandages, aspirins, I don't know, alcohol wipes. They got introduced into the game newly. Yes! Alcohol wipes disinfected my arm. Hell yeah. Okay, so the worst part is now kind of like over. Let's have some vegetable pizza. It will go bad anyways tomorrow, so some vegetable pizza and some chocolate milk, because this day sucks. Worst day of your life, basically, man. All of a sudden, the whole world has transformed into zombies. I'll pick up that sleeping bag, too. So the wasp guards are south of here. I don't really dare to go through this. Let's destroy that plant here. I want to keep as far away from these dudes as possible. You know, I got what I needed now. So bandages became way more common in bathrooms now. I like that change. What the hell? Body pillows? Seriously? I love what this game gets in terms of new upgrades. Yeah, we have quite a lot of people here today, sir. No, that's true. I think that's right now a record in terms of viewership. Yeah, the body pillow is ridiculous. So, in a whole, I mean, I guess this question mark here is wasps, but before I kill myself one day soon, I'll mark them here. Okay, so, but the good news about all that is I now got... Now controls are broken. I now got my antiseptics, so we can go to Wayland and hope that this town is a little bit less doomed. So... Because seriously, after seeing those wasp guards, zero interest in going towards that town ever again. I mean, I could. This apartment tower here is extremely attractive, but I don't really want to. Weeps dead this. I don't know. I love it that CDDA is that contemporary, though. The devs do really a brilliant job in encompassing and including all manner of different contemporary items and such. It's really awesome. Like, it's literally the most realistic depiction of our current reality in a game that I've ever played. Period. Seriously, I don't know any other game that features so many little details of our current 21st century everyday life. Why I love this game so much. People there are so devoted and really mean it at what they do. And so far, I haven't met a single person developing on this game who wasn't really a pleasant chat so far. Don't want to sleep there, just use it as a loot box. Yeah, Omnivore, it's something as that like that, but at the same time, I'm too afraid of wasps. Dual wield a katana and a body. Yeah, well, I gotta grab a katana at some point. These are really nasty good weapons. Alright, so my dudes, the conquest of Wayland has begun. I love taking down such small cities. So that urban city block, oh my god, that's a high density area, but this place is a gun store. I prefer Naginata or Warhammer. Oh, I never had such good loot so far in any run. The best real melee weapon that I ever found in a run was a rapier that randomly lay in a post thingy. How are they called? Mailbox of a house. Somebody must have ordered it at Amazon. I bet it was a filthy replica. So the Cougar is taking down a couple of Zeds. One of them is coming towards me though. So damn. I got grabbed. I'll try to break that. Take that, you filthy. Okay. So, yeah, the Cougar took them down both, but he's now pissed at me too. Yeah, I gotta gun it. That's what you get, cat. Sorry, I have to do that. It's really nice to have a firearm at the beginning of the game. So wait a sec, that Cougar was infected and would have risen up. Would they rise up as a zombified version of a Cougar then? or that's scary implications, you know. Plate armor is quite superior to ornamental. Yes, there's NPCs on in that game, as far as I know, at least. I think it must be standard setting. If by default they are turned on, they are on. Oh, you know what? I really should play around with the terrain more. I mean, a patch of grass ain't much, but it's still 150 versus 100. Pretty sure wolves have that mechanic, but they get a different name. Oh, I see. Yeah, well, I went away from the from that evac shelter start because it kind of started to bore me a bit, you know. I think the evac shelter start is brilliant if you're pretty new to the game and all, but I was hungry for a different scenario, basically. But I'm pretty sure I will get back to it because it's a really cool scenario, providing you basically with everything you need from the get-go, which is really fun. So up there is South Burlington. There was something on the road there, though, that was kind of like blocking me. Can't remember what it was, though. But there's also a motel there. So that other motel I crossed paths with was that one up there. Is that? Yeah. Nearly that one. Two-story motel. Usually you find a lot of tourist informations in these as well. Yeah, exactly. That computer, I know. Yeah, I never tried to make my way to the evac shelter that this computer points to. I always like kind of like prefer that lone wolf approach and doing my own thing out there and surviving as long as possible, and I don't know. Gotta do that one day though too. Because it sounds like a lot of fun to do at least once. And I guess once I did it once, I'll do it always because it's just damn good. So there's a zombie cop. You know what? Actually worth a bullet for me or two. Because, you know, I always feel like I'm not using my guns enough in this game in general. I'm already really proud of myself this time. Basically that I'm using it that much. Because I really feel like, you know, bullets are fairly easy to come by. I have 34 bullets, so why the hell not use it when a heavily armored dude is coming my way. Zig Pro, that's another handgun. Hell yeah. Why not? I prefer more your style and go that way after building up. Yeah, well. I don't know. You have to dedicate everything to getting to the refugee center early. I see. Well, one day I want to try it. I mean, I consider this game a lot like I look at RimWorld, where this game provides you a bajillion different scenarios that you can play, you know. You can't easily go for that lone wolf approach like I do here right now, but at some point you might play that society-hungry politician that has nothing better in mind than to get to these people as quick as possible and have a real... You can't even... If I remember correctly, I mean, I've never came that far, you can you can have a whole base with people doing stuff there and assign them work schedules so they craft stuff for you and all. Is that true? Rusty, hey there. Feeling very, very fine. Thanks for asking. There are NPC bases, exactly. The location used to gen a bit closer than it does these days. It's typically very far. Yes, it's that far that actually somebody had to mention it to me, like, hey, dude, you read that computer. It's on your map. I was like, what? What's on my map? And I scrolled and scrolled and scrolled, and then I finally found it. And I was like, oh, yeah, there's a refugee shop. That was my personal story in these. So, this is a luxury home. I don't want to bash these windows because they look quite valuable. Okay, the zombie will do that for me. Bet? Bet. You frickin' vandal. What's such a beautiful window front? There we go. Shelled almonds. So, CDDA gang has assembled. Oh, another Joe. Ah, yeah, Sniper Joe. I was for a moment, you know, confusing you with somebody else. So right now I'm vibing pretty hard for trying to clear out that Wayland and take that as my contemporary base of operations. I really like to clear out a town and then consider what I'm doing next. I put pressure on my bleeding wound. On my head. Dude, that was quite a nasty cut. Am I already at hypervolemic shock? No. Oh, battery. Oh yeah, we need a flashlight. Definitely need a flashlight. But beyond that, I don't want to loot too many things right now because I'm at the beginning of my journey. I need a better bashing weapon though. That's really important. Cheatham, hi there. So happy to see you. Well, I'm always using that putting pressure on wounds ever since you guys told me that it's actually a thing. Took me merely a while to understand how you do it mechanically. So, wait a sec, am I now wearing a makeshift sling and a backpack, or only a makeshift sling? Only a makeshift sling, alright. So, what a luxurious house. Hey, there's the real backpack. Nice. Let's unload that thing. That sling was merely a temporary hotfix. I love them though for their qualities. Antiseptics, multivitamins, codeine. Maybe we need it one day. And first aid kit box. I'll take that for now. Thank you, Wolfio. Pressure and bandage. I usually don't bandage myself before I go to bed. I always feel like the zombies rip off your bandages that often. I sometimes bandage myself a lot to learn medical skills. That's something where when I start spamming bandages, but beyond that, I don't know. Scabbard. Do you know how rare these are? Like seriously, I'm seeing scabbards are such rare drops. Yeah, bandage is a huge modifier on the healing rate, that's true. Basically, whenever I don't do anything combat related anymore, I try to bandage myself, always. Like, whenever I go home, bandaging and then do all the other stuff. That's my personal approach. Because I dislike that inefficiency when the zombos rip off your bandages the whole time. But I guess it would be even worth it to bandage yourself always, because bandages are that easy to come by. So I really need to train some fabrication on this football armor. So what should we take? Motorcycle armor or football armor? I guess football armor. Or is the football armor a lot of encumbrance? I always considered this a really good armor, but now that I have that many experienced players around here, I would really love your opinion about the football armor. You will heal during combat if you keep well bandaged and disinfected. I see. Well, that's a pretty convincing part to me. So, hell yeah, football armor, boys. So for now, well, okay, I'll take that advice for today, and we're just going to use some of these. It's a little bit of a waste to use adhesive bandages at this point. You can't craft real bandages out of those, but whatever. And so this at least also trains my skills, you know. I wish you could multi-spam these alcohol wipes. Like, that doesn't always pop up and pop down the window whenever you do that. Cerno was in a pleasant state, and see you soon, mate. Well, Omnivore, here's one thing. It might seem expensive, but the other thing is, I always end up with such a massive stockpile of medical resources that I actually don't really use. And you can stay a lot longer in those towns and explore and loot if you are actually healing a little bit during that, you know? Therefore, I mean, look at all those alcohol wipes there. They might be a very poor medical treatment, but at the end of the day, I think every little thing counts, and also my healthcare already gained 58% due to that. I mean, this dude is level 0 medical care. Alright guys, I need to see the toilet once more, refresh my beverages. I'll be back in a flash. Alrighty, there we are. Okay, so let's check out another thing. I am looking for primary skill used to craft fabrication. So I really want to craft something to learn crafting a quarterstaff. Wait a sec, I have fabrication 1 already? Does that mean I am I really? If so, I need to have a little bit of a stop there. So where's fabrication again? Crafting. Yes. So I should be able to... Or, no, a quarterstaff. Does a quarterstaff need survival too? Seems like it does, but Getting survival up is the easiest of all tasks. Let's try that, because correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, there's a good chance that you've heard that track before. I let these run a lot during my streams. Oh. Okay, my bandages got destroyed by picking that plant. What the hell? So... just randomly picking... No, I'm not gonna pick that mutated poppy flower. Just gonna do that until I have survival 1. Yeah, it's taking a little bit, but right now that cudgel just doesn't cut it. This is not strong enough for the tasks up ahead. Just flip on auto forage. What the hell is auto forage? Auto foraging, unbound. I didn't even know. So press plus to add local key binding, D. So why not F8? Thanks! I didn't even know. Everything. And is that now activated? So why doesn't it auto forage? Doesn't it consider these as forage? Interesting. Press escape and flip it on in the menu. Ah, I see. So... up here. No. Additional auto features. Here it is. Thank you guys, you're awesome. This is such a useful tip. Okay. So I'm only doing this until I can craft myself a quarterstaff, because this is just very, very superior towards that, what we have right now, so... Does this need more survival there, or more fabrication? Damn. Well, okay, let's bring survival to level 2. I mean, it's not really any big effort here anymore. I mean, I'll have to sort out all that crap later. That's for sure an issue and a little bit annoying, but... still need to know what I need to have for the quarterstaff crafting. So how far are we? 18%. Wow, this will take quite some time until we're done with that. Damn. So let's find something with a survival skill here. A knife spear or a simple knife spear. Okay. So these crafts are also pretty nifty options to get stuff done. Well, guess without recipes it ain't that easy. But survival is really going up a little bit too slow for my taste now, so I'll accept that that we are not that powerful yet. This is one of the points where I could be actually min-maxing if I'd really want to, but it grows that boring to me that I'll just accept that my gear is a little bit subpar right now. Wait a sec, my dude is wearing 2 backpacks? It's not a smart thing to do. I thought I had no backpack yet. Okay. Whatever. Let's get rid of all that junk we just picked up. I mean, it's not necessarily junk. You can do a lot of wonderful things with these, but not today. Okay, I really need to get rid of the double backpack situation here. Yeah, well. That's a very, very interesting way to do it, but we're not going to go that way. That would be too cheesy. I got everything I need here, though. So, I'm gonna drop one of those backpacks. I'm very encumbered here, so let's see. Does it go better if I remove more of those backpacks? A little bit, yeah. But I mean, this dude is wearing football armor, so it's definitely a bit of a problem, but whatever. I'll keep that backpack here, and maybe, no, I'll pick it up and keep it for now. Well, there's super easy tricks to grind up everything in this game, Omnivore, I know that. You can't tell me, because I don't mind, and on the other hand, I'm not that person who's abusing effective strategies every time, because I find that boring. Usually if I want to play with all manner of different crazy strategies that abuse the game pretty hard, I usually go for extremely difficult scenarios. Basically have a good reason to play that hard. You know? It's my personal go-to strategy there, because I find that then extremely interesting if you have a good reason then to do this to yourself, you know? Min-maxing all that stuff and whatnot. So we're going to go into that house and make ourselves some makeshift bandages next. That's crazy. Yeah, well, let's see. I could craft tinder, though. That would work. Let's do this, actually. Where was all that junk line again? There. So, how long does it take? Well, So I now got you are very encumbered. Oh no, my torso is very encumbered. So that that rope does encumber me too? Interesting. So, weapon held, 1,500 tinder. Perfect. Mugwort seats. Well, let's see. That one gave me only 31 points in survival, but yeah, we're going to get there. And for now, let's clear out the town a little bit more. I need to get into a house that has curtains. Curtains are absolutely cool to create bandages out of. You know what? I'll actually feel like gunning that dude. I'm so weak right now. And I'm a gangster, you know. Cigar. So let's reload that. But I won't pop any bullets on normal Zeds. I find that very, very ineffective. Where did my cudgel go again? Why do we drop that piece of rope every time at the same time? Sometimes this game really does weird things. I guess the game does consider the rope as the best sheath for the cudgel, but can't say I'm a big fan. Did I hold it sideways for the gangster? Pretty sure. Alright. Definitely should have used the gun for that dude here. That kiddo's totally messing me up. Like, seriously. I don't have any bandages anymore, don't I? No. Damn. Just got hundreds of alcohol wipes. Well, more than 100 at least. Okay, let's get back. Clobbering. Yeah, holding your gun sideways is the worst you can do with a gun. It's not only bad for aiming, it's also extremely bad for the, what's it called again? The recoil of your weapon. Because you're basically taking a position where it is as hard as possible to mitigate the recoil of your weapon. It's basically as if you're trying to make it as bad as possible, you know. So shouldn't I be able to make racks out of those patchwork cotton sheets? No? I mean, I can't disassemble them. What? It was my go-to way of creating rags. Is it because I don't have enough tailoring, or...? Let's see. Is that now what we can use for rags? Yes. Okay, and now we can craft bandages out of that. Bandaging beginner. Oh, we have now a training measure for that. Nice. So I can now train bandaging on my own. Alright, so we got a couple of bandages now. Yeah, but I was using this recipe since a pretty long time, I don't know. Maybe it's because my character doesn't have the necessary skills there. Oh, a duffel bag. Definitely gonna pick up that one. So... antiseptic. Aspirins, alcohol wipes, more antiseptics. The place is pretty stacked. Oh, a rubber hose. Let's pick that up. Your personal way to all the gasoline that the human could possibly dream of. Okay, so this is a double house. Maybe we can get into the other house via the backside. Platinum dental grill. Wow, some people, you know. Okay. Can't you disassemble a couch for 40 to 60 rags? I'm pretty sure I can. I never tried, but it makes hell of a lot of sense. Right now, I'm mostly looking for a house that has an upstairs, because I want to, I really want to get myself a little bit of a temporary area where I can live, sleep, and all. So let's lure that dude onto the bed. Ah, dang. I outplayed myself there. But then the zombie did me a little bit of a favor there. So there's a leather backpack, but it's filthy, so we can't use it yet. Alright. There's really a lot of zombie going around here. There's another tough zombie coming in. Gonna gun him. There we go. It's a little bit of a waste of bullets, I know, but while I'm only carrying a cudgel, I don't feel too comfy with tough zombies, you know. There's a zombie kid coming in here. Oh, it's a zombie runner. So let's introduce him to the sleeping room. Yo, dude, I'm here. Dude! Jeez, zombies and their orientation. Gotta say, my bedroom doesn't work too well as a strat. Looks like the zombies aren't that stupid. So, where's the zombie kid? Okay. So, I'll give my dude another chance in clubbing that little kiddo here. Alright, I gotta craft myself a fresh cudgel. This one is just too worn down. What's an issue with those handcrafted weapons? They really tend to let you down after a while. So... ah. Damn. Okay. So, let's have a hot dog and an energy cola. Yeah, but there's no table here that I can reach properly. Maybe in that house below, but... this house is a little bit shitty when it comes down to positions where I can lure the enemy good onto. sadly. So I gotta make myself some better bandages soon. Sturdy. Interesting. Never had that one before. So there's tons of zombos. Let's try to invite them here. So, no, the table is 200, not 400. So, let's use the kitchen counter here. Should give me a pretty good opening here. So let's see. Nah. As much as I'd like to, this doesn't look too good. So take this spot here. It's at least only one dude at once. It's also worth a lot. So I'm grabbed, but he's almost down, so... Gotta avoid that. Oh, there's a couple of things we could use. I'm grabbed. Gotta break that, especially when there's two enemies against you. Can't really allow them to have you grabbed. Otherwise, the amount of damage they can put onto you is really high. Okay. This one particular zombie wore a wedding dress. High volume rucksack. Okay. Let's see. Decayed zombie spotted. I'll stop bandaging myself. Sometimes the weapon to wield is at the bottom spot of the list, sometimes it's not. It's really one thing that's weirding me out a bit. I think... yeah. Time for the third playlist of this stream. What can I do? If I have that much of an audience, I'm not willing to stop here. It's really a pleasure to have you all here, guys. Thanks for the good company. So, let's see. Well, it's at least 150 for the table, for that chair here. Pork sticks. Yum yum. I'm drinking black tea out of a coffee labeled cup. There's coffee on the cup, labeled on the cup, and it's tea in it. My favorite personal form of anarchy. Okay, we cleared out the entrance area of Wayland, but still a long way to go to make this town safe. So, how's that rock? Oh, 250. Okay. Oh, it's a zombie runner. Damn. Totally didn't notice that I was trying to kite play with a runner. Silly me. No, it's crappy cheap tea from the supermarket. I don't even want to talk about it. and not even the supermarket wants to talk about it. They only labeled the type of the tea as classic. That's as bad as it gets. It's a shame, but good tea is costly and not exactly got the big amounts of money here. So, Mr. Fat Zombie Dude, meet my gun. I'm tired of you punks. My dude is in unmanageable pain. That's a hey, Cheatham, it's early, I know. Oh well. I actually do like quality black tea a lot, but you know, quality black tea is sadly quite costly. But we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. So let's have a tasty aspirin breakfast here, or no, it's already 3 p.m. for this dude. So we're going to have that and bandage ourselves a little bit. And then I'm going to have a little bit of a ready time. Oh, fatty meat mind walking, yeah. So, that's a wonderful summary of what we did there. Thank you. Thank you for that very distinct summary of the situation. Okay. So we're gonna wait for an hour now. Just like I thought. It's only distracting pain now. Let's have some soda to keep the blood pressure up, and let's use our bullets for something good. Oh, thank you, Joe. I totally forgot about that trail guide, man. That's all. So the trail guides didn't really bring too much new information here. There's not too many wood trails here in the area. Okay. So let's take that bad boy back here. Whoa! Crap! Okay. Totally didn't see those guys. That's bad. That's bad. So hello? Can't really hit those anymore. Okay. Drop the pistol and start whacking these. That was a bit of a really unlucky situation there. I was totally focused on something else there. And hope I'm going to be able to take down that dude now. Speed 74. Okay. Such a stupid way to die. Why not use run? Because I had my brain off. I'm sorry, guys. that put me so out of my stance that all of a sudden, while waiting, I got swarmed. That it just happens to me sometimes. Okay. Such a stupid way to die. Well, let's see what the area here If I get the, I always open stream to new chart. Hey, donut either. So let's see if we get the same area there. Oh, we have another crash there. So, okay. Yeah, omnivore. That's well spoken. Yeah. It's always about I think getting used to things. And another real important thing that I noticed is that it really only works if I'm totally honest with myself and don't tell myself that it was the game's fault or anything. Like, usually it's really important to stick to your own mistakes and try to learn out of them. But yeah, then they add new stuff to kill you better. So, okay. Last episode, or last time I was here, there was an army of zombie cops up there. Let's see, what do we have here? We have a mine. But this time I really want to check the environment a bit. So happy to have such a big crowd here tonight. It's really awesome. Okay, so there's the first Z homing in. I think it's wiser to just climb down here, and yeah, it's the same situation as the last time. So let's see. The last time this trick did work out pretty well. This time it doesn't, huh? I think I'm in the wrong room now for escapes. Yeah, I am. Okay. Okay, let's retry that. So hope the game doesn't crash again. So, leave mines alone. Is it that bad, yeah? Well, I gotta say, Donut, this dude didn't really exist. So, oh yeah, it's a different start this time. Okay. So, leaping down here is not going to get me anywhere. One thing that I learned now. So let's see. Ah, yeah, this is way to go. So let's hope that. Oh no, that's 2 stories here. Damn. So below that are balconies that you can use. But you gotta get there first, you know. So there's one particular spawn point that's super easy, actually, and the other spawn points are all tough as nails. Interesting. Really pretty interesting. Ah, now that's the way how you do it. So I think I just killed myself again, because I bet that this place here will be swarming exactly. Yeah, never mind. There's really no chance to stay inside that area. Well, you can spawn on one of the balconies, and then it's super easy to get out of there. Here, exactly that one. So you literally can now climb down, and you're out of there. This is the way I had it for the first time when I spawned there. So I don't know. I can only say not all spawn points are created equal. Runway, small hangar, control tower. So there's an airport over there. Cool. So everybody who's been new here, Merry Christmas, you all. It's been a really, really cool streaming time during the Christmas season. Oh, isn't that bee? No, it's cobweb. Okay, it's spider. At least spiders are usually just territorial little freaks that don't mind you as long as you don't enter their cobwebs. So. Let's see. Alright, there's a zombie technician. Well, I would have been surprised if that airport would have come without Zeds. So, oh yeah, there's quite a lot of them. Let's make a run for it. This should be enough. Where was it? Oops. They should be off my trail now. Okay. Tad bit unfortunate, but whatever. Bullfrogs. Okay. This car certainly looks pretty mashed. So what do we have here? Somebody wearing a leather belt. That's mine. Thank you. Hot pants. Oh, wait a second. Wasn't that bodies there too? No. Merely stuff. Okay, we have found a town. So this is a pretty straightforward start so far. But I think I'll take it. So let's try. Ah, there's a fat zombie around. Try that direction here for a couple of meters. So what do we have here? There's a crater. But this is looking not good. Ooh, there's a shocker zombie inside there. What is this? A research site? Okay. Let's drop a note here. Shocker zombie. And that's a mass grave. Isn't it? Pretty sure it is. Yeah, corpse-filled pit. This is as bad as it gets. So, this town has some really dangerous aspects to itself, so I don't really want to travel through that area here. So probably we're going to walk down here and see. Zombie dog. Turn it on safety mode again. There's another thing here. Okay. Wait a sec. Could the auto walk please stop? Okay, there was... It was scary, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, there's a zombie, but that's not really any big issue there. So, looks like there are two of these sites here. This is looking very similar to the other one that hosted that shocker zombie. Just hope we're getting out of here without an infection. Okay. Candy! What the hell is this place? Like, this looks like something here has landed. And I'm actually not that keen on clearing out this whole area here. So, trying to lose these sets here a bit. Okay, that's a very, very unfortunate starting area here. Never, it's fallen plain. Okay. Okay, but we're certainly not gonna travel towards there for now. Wolves and a kraken. I'm certainly not gonna get close to those wolves. Ah, the evac shelter. I thought they wouldn't exist anymore. So, let's be very, very careful with that one here. Oh, that's a new interface. Okay. I like that new computer interface, looking crisp. Less cryptic than the one before. So, let's take care of that downstairs. There's nothing that wants to kill me here. Oh, there's a teddy bear. Okay, good old protein rations. You know that you found your evac shelter when you're chowing down evac rations. But here. The first aid kit is what I was looking for here. Oh, there's another one. Perfect. So, my inventory is very limited, huh? Let's change that. Tear down the curtains and craft ourselves a sling. It's the best we can do for now. This will provide storage for all the stuff that I need, though. Okay. Just looted a military surplus store. Oh my god. 79 MREs. Oh my god. Isn't that enough food for months? Just asking. Okay, but most importantly, we now have a steady source for all manner of different things. So what I like about these shelters is that you can loot a lot of water here and a lot of other useful things. Okay, so let's follow the road for a moment, because I think that's gonna be a good thing. But I'm gonna be right back in a minute because I need to see the toilet. This is the next summer. Okay. Okay. Sure, if I can't follow you guys thoroughly here, but webcam will be online in a minute again. I'm going to explore the area here and see what's around the evac shelter. So, there's a zombie up ahead. A lone zombie. Oh. Come here, boy. You look lonely. There we go. Even naked. Well, those cars certainly don't look like they're able to drive anywhere. Okay. Okay. Hello, road. Are you leading somewhere? Or are we just following you forever? Oh! Autonomous guns! Hell yeah! Military helipad. Okay. So, I know where I won't be walking now. Okay, dropping a note for myself. So, we got a tree farm here. So, beauty magazine. Wood axe. Hell yeah! Is that a good one? I think so. I mean, the damage of that axe looks sick. The speed of it looks pretty slow, though, but I don't know. Maybe it's going to be what we need to free Hudson from the zombie scourge. But seriously, that's pretty good. Oh, there's a farm field. Maybe we'll find some silos on there. Yes, I do. Beautiful. Okay. So, there's a motel over there. And Hudson's a really, really small town with a radio tower. So, I feel like trying to clear out this town to begin with. Or try out to find out how much I like this axe. Zombie runners, 4 of them though. My god, that's bad. Why is there a meeting of 4 zombie runners down the road? Seriously. Ah, good thing. I could separate them. So, let's go down this way. And hope I can lure them into the brushes. I can't. Wow, 56 damage. Oh my god. So that's what it's like to have a real weapon. That's the first time that I have such a good weapon. Forgive me, guys. we're being hyped about that. It's time to take revenge on these zombie runners. They messed up my last run, now it's time to pay. Ow. So I'm basically two-shotting everybody with that thing. Brilliant. You're the battaglia. If I get that combat style. I never had that, ever a book that taught me a combat style. Can you learn those out of books? I really had no clue how. So there's a convention of 5 fat zombies up ahead, so I think they're thematically sorted today. We have themed zombie packs today. Come here, boys. Eat my axe. Alright, fatties need 3 blows, obviously. So, is that... This is counting as a cutting weapon, too. Oh, man. Day's getting better and better. Alrighty. Fermenting culture. Some wood axe and some skill level goes crazy on zombies. Had a lumberjack start. Ah, the lumber stack starts with a wood axe, of course, of course. Well, there's one downside that I'm seeing so far for this thing at the beginning. That's the low attack speed, but well, I mean, I guess that's two-handed weapons in a nutshell. Man, this is fun. Has a minus 36 butchering quality. I wonder why. Okay, let's use some adhesive bandages here. Want some of this? Okay. There we go. Just bandaged my torso a moment ago. We're not going to bandage ourselves. Why? Zombos are swarming here. Step back a bit. Okay. I'd say this is a big improvement over the last run there. Or even the last couple of runs. If I don't mess myself up now, this should go really swimmingly. But basically... Oh yeah, I can use the shrubs over here. This is a good spot to go fighting. Oh, come on, dude. What did that brush do to you? So... the zombies are trying to eat a limousine. There's something from that side too. So, well, there's not many geographical features around here that I could use. What's wrong with that one? Wedding dress. So, the runaway bride? Okay, so we're going to use this little region here one more time. So this is actually a pretty nasty fight. We're up against 7 baddies, so... using the terrain to my advantage is pretty important here. Jeez. Okay, 3 misses. I'd rather kite it now. There we go. I think I almost got no scratches out of that. Oh, there's a leather backpack. Damn. Damn squeamishness, but I won't be wearing anything dirty. Nuh-uh. Yeah, well, I wasn't, you know, Sniper, I wasn't aware of what kind of a power drop a wood axe would be. It's getting still carried. Yeah, in this game, items like these, so real industrial quality weapons are insanely powerful. But I don't mind. We've had enough bad luck today. Okay. Easy. And they even got some bullets for the gun. That's good. Let's have some potato chips, you know. It's been a long day. And some water. And keep killing zombies. So... Oh, there's feral human incoming. Did it come with a crowbar? No, but it did come with a fire axe. But thanks, I'm already set. It's even a very damaged fire axe, so... Well, I guess, Joe, the most likely BS happening to me will be myself. But that's okay. It's about learning in these games. A lot about learning. So... But we should be able to clear this town out, basically, today. Oh. Unless something like that happens. So I can forget about running here, I guess. Or probably not. So... Ah, here's an... Let's see if I can climb up there. Hope the stamina will suffice. So... Activate... Up. And catch some breath. Wait a sec. I'll also drop that axe and bandage myself. So I wasn't sure. I thought you can't outrun zombie dogs on your feet, but luckily I was wrong. Luckily I was wrong. Okay. So they're most likely waiting down there for me, so I'm just gonna wait a while now. And let's see, is the torso bandaged already? Yes, it is. Let's bandage the rest of that. And basically wait for the pain to subside a bit. Because right now, in that condition, I don't want to be anywhere. Okay, stats are slowly recovering. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. I know, the problem is on the German setup of my keyboard, I don't have the key on my keyboard to press pipe. Don't ask. It's just like that. Thanks for mentioning, I know you want to help. Oh, hi. So that's really, really ironic. But, you know, should have ran, I guess. I should have ran from there. Whatever. That's just typical, eh? Getting too overconfident with a weapon that works differently than the one you were using the whole time. Losing is fun, absolutely, absolutely. I really don't mind. Yeah, my cup of tea is empty too. Ah, rest in pieces, game. Please wait while we're building your world. Crashed. Something went wrong. Not all worlds are created equal, I guess. So I'll try to create the game before I try to convince CDDA and... Ah, yeah, it's working again. Okay, good. So, alright. Let's try out whether or not I've learned out of that. So, here. Like, this spot looks good. Yeah. This is way to go. Let's see if I can't grab something out of here. Oh, rag. I know. Oh! Hi! Where the hell am I? Oh, I got merged with a zombie there. I was standing on the same tile like the zombie. I guess that was a bug. Okay. I mean, we're out of there, but let's see. The tough zombies seem to be very, very intent in following me here. So I ran too long, I guess. There's giant aphids. These might be actually my rescue. Let's hope that I can cut down the first dude here without being infected and all. So how much left of that dude? Not much. Because I know how passionate zombies are when it comes down to hunting local wildlife. But, okay, that's a pretty, I don't know, so how is this beginning meant to be played? So you either spawn on the most comfy spot to escape on, or it's virtually impossible. That's a little bit weird. Gotta keep an eye on that pain. Yeah, sure, but what should I do, you know? There was not much I could have done there. Being so encircled by tough zombies is really a problem, because they run faster than you. And therefore, a golf club. Neat. I got a weapon from the get-go. And a motorcycle helmet. Well, honestly, I don't care about my bowler helmet if I can't have a motorcycle helmet. Like, seriously. Okay, so that's all we can get. Well, yeah. That's true. That's true, Omnivore. Keeping on running while there was only one of these dudes on me would have been probably really the wiser choice there. Yeah. Totally agree with you there. Now that I think about it in hindsight. So, those pitbull mixes should be the perfect solution for my problem. Because, you know, zombies, they just can't stop doing this. They need to do this. They immediately vent on everything around there. Yo, dude, I'm not your enemy. That one dog wanted to follow me. So, there's a motel up ahead and the trailhead. Let's go. Nice. Oh, tell me this is a... Oh, I thought it was okay. But too lucky, I guess. Alright. Here, warning, bear country. Okay. I'll take that warning. So, well, motels are usually filled with zombies, but only with a small amount of zombies, and they come with road plans. Basically, every time I was clearing out a hotel, I have found a road map. You don't like these just run starts, Wolfio? I personally, well, I do like them, because you get a lot of free points, and if you fail real quickly, so there's not much lost, you know? So, let's see how good that golf club serves as a weapon. Pretty good, actually. So I really gotta be careful with those fights here right now, because the issue is my dude has no disinfectants, so... And I really got no clue where the next town is at. And these areas, they always come with zombies, but, you know, that golf club seems to be a pretty good starting weapon. It has pretty sick damage. 14 damage on 86, with a plus hit bonus. Way better than the cudgel. So. Let's go. Alright, that took me a couple of swings, but they worked out. Chances of just running around for one day. Yeah. That's true, mate. That's true. Just wanted to try out that start once, you know? It was a big part of the thought behind when I whipped up the stream today. So the golf club doesn't have any sprite on the character. Oh, that's a little bit sad. So I gotta find out where the office of this place is at. Usually the road plans are stored at the office. So usually hotel rooms are pretty blank empty. Blanket empty. Okay. So most of the time it's not even really worth it checking them out, but sometimes I've found quite nifty things there. Computer gaming, okay, that's... Why does my dude start with a Playboy? Okay. Some enjoyment, I guess. Stratum Tourist Guide. Now that's what I was looking for. So... Alright, so we now know that there's a town around the corner. Useful. And it has a couple of fast food restaurants. So, well, yeah, this place should be actually a pretty decent base of operations for now, to start with, until I find a car or something to traverse space faster, so we can... I'm gonna check out the rest of these apartments real quick. Usually it's almost not worth the effort, but... you never know. What's that? N-bar. Gotta say, overall, the layout of this hotel looks like this place has been abandoned a while ago. With all that janky stuff lying around there. So, big half-erased pink X. Okay. If you like weird starts, I recommend the food person start. Oh yeah. Actually, that was the first thing that happened to me when I started the game. Not on purpose, but basically accidentally. Because I rolled up a random character because I thought, you know, I have literally no clue about this game. Let's just roll up a random character. And there was the food person. So, radio tower, antenna, battery, chewing gum, some cream soda, and a solar cell. How heavy are these? Not too heavy. Let's pick it up. You know, it's one of these while I'm here things, where I feel like really, if I am standing right here, it would be... what is that? Stratum Survival... I just saw out there. And the Survivor's Telescope. Survivor stuff is usually pretty good stuff. Alright, so... I think I've never had such a massive scouting radius. I need some fresh tea, guys. Thirsty with all that talking, you know. There we go. So... we certainly do seem to have a pretty good start now. Except for the fact that the other good starts were pretty promising too, and I managed to blow up myself nevertheless. So, well... so, did I see that trailhead? Yes, I did, I think. But honestly, there's no good reason not to just try to... wait a sec. Is that what I think it is? Yes, okay. There's any good reason to avoid Stratum. It's like, There's nothing bad about this town, then I saw that. Wait a sec, I know this yellow 8. Yeah, the trailhead was Bear Country, exactly. So Stratum is a no-go area. I'm gonna try if I'll make my way to that farmhouse over there. That seems to be a decent choice there too. Zombies spotted. Okay. What is that place? There's only one Zed? Well, let's hope I'm not gonna get infected, but it's worth it. So, there's more Zeds? Oh, dang. I think it was just that body that was lying there. Yeah. The gear is this one literally got up the moment I was getting close to him. So, platinum hairpin. Don't know if I ever need platinum for anything, but... You cannot reach that destination. No, that's as pessimistic as the game can get, right? It has something foreboding on it. You cannot reach this destination. Come on, game. Don't do this to me. Alright. Now I obviously can't reach this place. Okay, so... I've seen this kind of farmhouse today already, and it comes with an upstairs too. Nice! Extremely good! Alright. So let's see if I'll find some sort of backpack or anything inside here. Soldering iron. Nice. That's a really nice find. Cough syrup. Liquid soap. Skirt. Alarm clock. Hairpin is crucial regardless of its origins. Well, for some reason, if the hairpin is made out of a different material, I can't make any... I wasn't able to use them for lockpicks. It was a little bit weird. Okay, so... Doesn't seem like I got any luck with backpacks or anything. So we're going to make ourselves a sling here. Because, you know... we gotta have something. What's EFT standing for, Wolfio? Alright, there's Paxton. What's the story with Paxton? It has a cheeky little Nigo encampment going on for itself. Oh, isn't it cute? Christ. Didn't even know that Nigo encampments exist. Rocky Butt. Okay, whatever that is. Ah, Escape from Tarkov. One of these super hardcore games. So there's a 2-story motel and an evac shelter. So we're definitely gonna make our way towards there. Reach that destination. Come on, game. Be a little bit more, little bit less nihilistic, please. Trying to make something work here. A nearby corpse rises and moves towards you. I've never seen that tooltip actually, so I bet that these dudes will all rise now. Yeah, I'm... it's basically luring you towards there. So, okay. Well, let's use that grassland here. Is there anything better in the vicinity? Ish. Could go all the way down there. Probably find something better there. Some underbrush or something like that would be really nice. Paperboy! Hey there! Welcome. Merry Christmas. Migo encampments are full of NPCs. Go saying hello. You know, problem is, I know for sure that the Migo are not speaking the same language as I do, and they are not the survivors are not the only people in there. I heard that the Migo are running a pretty sick real estate policy, where they don't accept any outsiders. I heard they are even somewhat racist, or speciesistic, you know? I don't know if this would really be that kind of meetup I was looking for. Jokes aside, I already started out of pure and sheer curiosity this crazy Migo abduction background. That's tough. That's the hardest one that I've rolled so far. Not zombies, Migo. Yeah, Paperboy's hanging around a lot here, but now that you say it, I played the hell out of that game. I totally forgot that this was a thing. That game was hard. I never made it far there. I really never made it far there. So, that evac shelter looks a little bit run down. There's no rescue bus. Curious drawing of a roll of toilet paper dissolving into a rainbow. Aww. Cartoon rendition of a zombie. Okay. Now, I somehow am afraid now of entering that basement. Gotta tell you. Here we go. Oh, that looks like a crowbar. No, it's a tire iron, okay. Oh, leather belt. Top quality, even. Nice. Engine, yes. Tank, yes. Batteries, yes. Wheels, yes. But sadly, security system also yes. Car fails to start, so this car, but it seems to work out. Let's see, I'll try that later. Don't you worry, Paperboy. Like, I'm so happy that so many of you guys actually made it for the Christmas stream, because I totally would have got it if you guys wouldn't have had time to join here. So I'm totally baffled with all the company I had here. So I'm really afraid. So we didn't hear any funky noises so far. That's good. Let's just hope that there's some medical supplies. Oh, God bless. So we're now equipped with disinfectants. That's good. All right. I'll take that plastic bottle, nevertheless. Some protein rations. Damn, no water in here, but... Okay. Oh, there's some lockers. I thought I had none. So, the water is gone in here, but we had a couple of pleasant things. There's a fishing pond. Cool. Okay, there's a really big source of water. So let's see how much zombie resistance there is in the motel. Because this might be actually cool. There's another fishing pond here. So it looks like Allagash is a fishing community. I did try out Alona Wolfio, but I didn't manage to get into the game when I tried it out for the first time. Mainly because I didn't expect such a behemoth of a game. Like, I expected a roguelike, but I didn't expect a fantasy sandbox real-life simulator, basically. So, don't know. Probably gonna get into that at some point in the future too. Okay, so there's only one Zed coming in. Trying to take them one by one. Only because I now got some medical supplies doesn't mean that I need to waste them. Well, glad to hear that I'm not alone with that impression that Alona is a frickin' wacky game. But I mean, at the same time, I mean, have you ever watched Japanese television and such things? You know? They love wackiness, that's all I want to say. So the suit of my poor dude is getting ripped more and more. So we definitely will need some replacement clothing here soon. But not for now. Okay. So... Well, luckily there's such a high variety of different games nowadays that there's a lot of different things you can get yourself indulged to. Okay, so I'm gonna gun down the hazmat zombie here, because honestly I don't feel like trying to do this with a golf club. Alright, there we go. So there's now more and more zombies swarming towards me, of course. But those hazmat zombies, they are pretty well armored, so... Okay. They're actually not getting closer because I left the spot quickly enough. Alright, that's truly very, very weird and kind of unsettling. So far, I'm not going to be the biggest fan of Golf Club. Guess I'm not that much into golfing, so pain is pretty high, so... We're gonna wait for 2 hours here until pain has subsided a bit, because it's no good. There we go. Distracting pain. I'll rather wait another hour. Moderate pain. That's better. So, since I'll have to take a break the next coming time from streaming, you know, I need fresh tea, I need to cook it, I mean, and I need to eat something as well. I wanted to ask if, or what we're going to do later streaming-wise. I was feeling like going for a little bit more there billions, but I don't know, I'm open for suggestions. I'd also do more of this if you guys are vibing that much for it. But I'm not gonna play Alona, I'm sorry. Don't get yourself into any false hopes there. So let's wait a bit for it to get closer. Oh, I don't want to stop aiming. So, smashing. Okay, whatever. The sleeping game, Wolfio. That's a good one too. I played that one today too. Felt like it's holidays, you know. It's a good excuse to sleep way too long. Alright. How many bullets remaining? 3, so... Let's see how quickly I can reload. Okay. It's just, I don't want to get any worse wounds here. Come on, come on. Because my dude is already pretty banged up, you know. So... Oh, multi-tool. Oh yeah. Always lovely to find one of these early on. Something to drink. Okay. I mean, I'm not really good at Day of Billions, you know. I'm still learning the game, basically. I played it a lot during early access, and then I kind of like burned out myself. And then I came back only recently and discovered that it's really scratching my itch. It's a nice combo between real-time strategy, base building, and tower defense. Because of the reason that you can pause the game whenever you want to. I really like that a lot. Oops. Yeah, stop smashing. Alright, codeine, potato chips, long string. Alright, there's a zombie soldier. That's a little bit of a problem. So, do I want to take down this dude with the golf club, or do I want to shoot him? I hope I'm not regretting this decision. Okay. Probably will. So, let's run a bit. Get back into walking. Get our gun. And start clipping that dude. It's not really going well. Okay. So, yeah, that dude was quite stacked. Oh my god. So, ballistic vest, no wonder the bullets were not that effective. But, I mean, staying in close combat with that dude would have been extremely deadly for me, but there's a big bad reward here. That entrenching tool is a nasty melee weapon. Way better than the golf club that I had before. And, M18, what's that? pistol. Wonderful. So that means we can get ourselves some bullets here. Is the M18 better than mine? I gotta check that out at some point. Military ID card, but where is that entrenching tool? Here it is, so... Okay. So, let's bandage ourselves a bit here at least. Okay, so there's more trouble inside there, but I'll run for now. Just like the last time, I want to get a moment to wait until the pain subsides a bit, you know. So, do I have water on me? Well, kind of. Lemon light, lemon soda. That's working out too. Let's wait another 2 hours. Pain's still distracting. Damn. Chow down another aspirin, and wait for another 2 hours. Okay. Pain's lowering now. Yeah, the mold pack, that's a good idea. Yeah, I knew that the zombie soldier would be a pretty tough customer, fighting-wise. But I also knew that they are practically always worth the effort. Like, they're so good things that zombie soldiers can carry that you totally want to take the pain there, basically. So, I'm going to take that. And, well... only a few extra bullets, but I think we should be done with that hotel pretty soonish. Can't be that much more here, I mean. So, let's see. There's one tough boy. My dude misses a terrible lot of swings, I gotta say. So, I really wonder how that comes, but it's really a problem by now. So... oh! So there's a hole here. Okay. But I think I've cleared this area now. Torso is not really over-encumbered. I had way worse here, you know. By now the pain is doing a lot. But, well... I guess the entrenching tool, yeah, it doesn't have a plus hit bonus. That's a big part of the problem, I guess. But, you know... whoa! Where did that dude come from? So, except for a severe lack of water or other drinkables, I'm quite fine. But maybe... I think I can help myself here. So... let's check. I've downed so many Zeds. One of them has to have a wallet. One of them has to have one. Yeah, the problem is I don't have any methods of cooking right now. It's the biggest problem right now. So let's see over here. Do these thingies have anything with quench quality? Nope. But somebody has to have a wallet. Don't tell me that nobody here had a wallet. Because there are vending machines inside there, you know. And usually, if you empty 1 or 2 wallets, you get everything you need. Let's see. Doesn't look like I can craft stone pots. I don't know if this is a recipe or... I never heard of that. Sorry. No! The vending machines are empty! That's harsh. But okay. I got myself some road maps now, though. There's a fishing pond. I'm pretty sure we can't drink that either, but... So... What I'd need to get some refining of water would be at least a pot or something, but so far we haven't came past a... What's it called again? A kitchen once, so... Let's see, I don't seem to be able to disassemble the blanket here, but the pillow I can. Okay, let's see, let's craft ourselves some bandages. And for now, I'm gonna bandage myself with the real bandages, because I might suck at bandaging, but since I'm that battered up, alright, I'll rather do it for now. In my hands. Always distracts me a lot. Okay. Okay, so let's just wait for, I don't know, a couple of hours here. Eat a little bit of something here. And then try to sleep. I can go for trying to finding water tomorrow. You don't die from the dehydration that quickly. That's one thing that my prison break run taught me, that you can literally survive a really, really long time, like several days, without any water. So... therefore... shouldn't be any bigger problem now to get something going here. Now that I can't get closer to the local town. Should have used the night though, silly me. Damn. During the night, it's a very easy thing to plunder provisions from the town, you know. Making it a lot harder for myself right now. So stop myself from accidentally trying to punch zombies with a bandage. I can tell you that won't get me far. Yeah, the makeshift pod needs also steel sheet. I could do that by trashing my car, but you know, why the hell would I want to trash my car? So let's see. I'll rather see that I'll get some access to Allagash as quick as possible. So the fatties are sitting there. There's a couple of regular zits, so let's start crouching. Don't want to attract any unnecessary attention. Ah, great. This is not exactly the stealthy approach, you know. And then this freaking door is even locked, damn. Okay, but at least here we are. Casserole. I do have a makeshift sling, do I? Yes, I do. So we're basically looking for a pot or something like that. A coffee maker would be ideal, but why is it too big to pick up? Damn. Okay, so probably I can find some container in that bedroom. Zeds are not noticing me yet so far. I mean, here we go. Just wanted to say, in the worst case, I can just create myself another makeshift sling, and there's another football armor, so gonna pick that up. And now we're going to pick up a couple of these things. So casserole, boiling quality too. That's, I think, all I need for water refining. Fish noodle casserole. Okay, I can't pick that up, but we might as well have a nib here. So there's no refrigerator here in this kitchen. Damn. So, damn, that's ketchup. Just saw that that bottle and was like, yay, something to drink. Well, oh crap. There's a feral human inside here with me. So, let's see, none of these is actually on me. This room won't give me any of the items I need either. I need something to drink, mostly right now. Okay. Let's leave this place the way we entered it. Okay. The fatty is now on me, or fatties are on me, but that's okay. They are by far the easiest to outrun. So I should be actually losing them like that. Yeah. Okay, so no, I forgot to loot the coffee maker. Damn. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna create myself some kindling in a different way. So here we go. So I got a tool with boiling. The only thing I don't have is some place to make fire. So fire, mark, firewood source. So I can't make a fire without something to... Yeah, whatever. We're gonna get back into the town and get the coffee maker. So many little issues today. But on the other hand, my dude, oh god, Corso is now at 62 encumbrance. Damn. So is this better without the sling? A lot. Okay, good. That's more like it. I think they don't want me to pick up that coffee maker. But I think if I, oh, there's the fatty again. Okay, you know what? You know what, dude? I got a football armor, I got a entrenching tool, and I'm tired of you. Let's see how's the situation without the backpack. Completely the same as with... Interesting. Really interesting. Another thing I wanted to get into as soon as possible was Cogmind. I haven't played that game since quite some time. I played it for some time until I somehow understood how the game works, and once I was there, I was taking a break, and then I never came back, basically. Anybody had an opinion about Cogmind? I really liked it so far. It's very unique in its own way. It's a very fresh vibe, because it's not really trying to copy other roguelikes, but at the same time it's staying true to things that roguelikes do like. It's a little bit wacky though in the way it works with all that robot replacement parts and whatnot. Okay. Oh crap. I hate brainless zombies. Okay, so we are now capable of looting the coffee maker though, so I can at least craft a bit of water for myself now. Oh. We definitely should run now. A little bit many of those. So, this time I'll start walking before things are horrible. Well, actually, I don't know. Running doesn't seem to be always a good solution. I was trying around running today the first couple of times. Okay, so we're in a pretty bad spot here, not gonna lie. Probably gonna die. Yeah, most likely gonna die. Because I'm so slow, I can't properly hide anymore. Alright, whatever. I think it's okay, because I wanted to take a break anyways. So, I'm really not gonna try that ever again. Like, running is only an option when you really can break the enemies quickly, the enemy's attention from you quite quickly. Otherwise, it will just kill you because you run that slow. I learned something out of that. And I like it that running away from enemies is not easy in this game, but I certainly do a lot of mistakes still. Anywho, my dear friends, I'll be back in about an hour, I think, or so. I don't know how long I'll take a break. Feel free to follow the channel if you haven't done so already, because I'm going to take a break now. And I don't know what I'm going to do later, but definitely something fun. And I'm going to stream it for sure. So, thanks for the good company, you all. And, gonna go see you all later. Bye-bye.